website's changed, so I'm trying to find the link.
Yeah, I'm very nervous about that too.
Oh!
Brand new website. Oh, that's good.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Documents moved on.
Yep.
Recording.
Yeah, you do that.
All right, good morning everyone. We'll kick off a little bit early today as we've got a big group here this morning. Some sporting excellence is in the room. One of our great privileges as a council team is being able to support and celebrate the incredible achievements of our young people, and I think that's on fine display here today. We do this through Council's Junior Elite Athletes Grants Program, which provides assistance to local athletes who represent our region at a regional, state or national level. This grant helps cover some of the costs associated with participating in these representative sporting programs, so it's not all on your parents, it just helps out a little way, ensuring that the talent, passion and dedication can shine no matter the distance or discipline. So today we're delighted to recognise a number of junior elite athletes who have achieved outstanding success in their respective sports. So let's just start off by taking a moment to congratulate each of them on their hard work, commitment and sporting excellence. Okay, our junior elite athletes are, first one is Lachlan Telford for Queensland AFL Football Championships, 10 to 19 years Cross Country Championships, 11 to 12 years Rugby Union Championships and Queensland Track and Field. I don't think I've seen as many certificates in the whole time. Congratulations. Next one is Raiden for now, 10 to 11 years Rugby League State Championships and 11 to 12 years Rugby Union Championships. Next is Ava Nen, 10 to 12 years Softball Championships. Next is Matilda Perry, 10 to 12 years Softball Championships. Next is Charlie Snell, 13 to 15 years AFL State Championships. Phoenix Learpie, 11 to 12 years Rugby Union Championships. Harrison Snell, 10 to 12 years AFL State Championships, 11 to 12 years Rugby League State Championships, 11 to 12 years Touch Football State Championships, and 11 to 12 years Rugby Union State Championships. Next is Charlie Williams, 10 to 19 years Cross Country Championships. Next is Alexis Howell, 10 to 19 years Cross Country Championships. Next is Tanner Aiken, 10 to 12 years Softball State Championships. Next is Ava Martin, 10 to 12 years Softball State Championships. Lily Aiken, 10 to 12 years Cricket State Championships. And next is Isabel Williams, 10 to 19 years Cross Country Championships. A few of our talented athletes couldn't be here today, but we'd still like to recognise their achievements. Nathaniel Namoa, 10 to 12 years AFL State Championships and 10 to 11 years Rugby League State Championships. And Helesina Namoa, 11 to 12 years Rugby League Championships. Another big round of applause for all of them, please. So you've all shown incredible dedication, sportsmanship and pride in representing your community. I want to thank you again and congratulations to the parents for their support and once again to you guys for all of your achievements. Well done. Enjoy it.
She's gone on to daylight saving time too.
These smart devices, aren't
They are meant to be smart devices. Surely that's right.
Gotta keep it open.
Okay, we're all along and good there, that's, yep, okay, fantastic. All right, everyone, we'll kick off. Good morning, and thank you for attending today's Ordinary Council meeting. I declare the Ordinary meeting of 26 November 2025 open at 9:03 a.m. I advise members of the public that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with Council's standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the Council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of Council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet here today and pay my respects to elders past and present. We recognise their deep enduring connection to country and we extend our respect and gratitude for their wisdom and culture. Welcome fellow councillors, WIC staff, members of the public, and we have no media here. Okay, first item is apologies, leaves of absence, which we have none for this meeting. Item number 2 is condolences. Is there any councillors wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of our community? Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge Danny Miracle, who just recently passed away. Danny was a very respected and South Sea Islander of the Barn community. Bit of a character, and always a laugh, always wearing good tropical shirts around the town. And yeah, and it was an honour to be with Danny during the Behind the Cane production back in years gone by, and Danny always shared stories with me at the time, and caught up with some of the family over the weekend, and yeah, so it's just been an honour to be, to be part of Danny's South Sea Islander family, and yeah, just pay tribute to him. A great character of our town. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Finlay. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Okay. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we'd like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed of the Whitsunday region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Would you all join me in standing for a minute's silence? Please be seated, everyone. Okay, next item is confirmation of the previous minutes. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Bowman. Any discussion on the prior minutes? The motion that Council confirms the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 29th of October 2025. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. On number 4, business arising. Would any councillor like to raise any business arising from the previous minutes? So we'll note business arising. There was a public question response provided in today's agenda for acknowledgement. Item number 5, mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Item number 6, notice of motion. There is no notice of motion received for this meeting. Item number 7, deputations. We have no deputation requests for this meeting. Item number 8, petitions, questions on notice. We haven't received any for this meeting. So item number 9 is a question from the public gallery. Mr. CEO, I believe we have a question received.
Yes. Question received from Mr. Boyle. He's here to actually read out his question.
Mr. Boyle, if you don't mind coming to the end of the table here to read your question. There is a 5-minute limit on questions, so yeah, over to you.
Provided the correspondence from the Department of State Development, Infrastructure and Local Government planning regarding the application, I respectfully request Council review the advice in full and identify significant errors in Council recommended refusal to clarify the correct application of state planning policy. My question here is, why has State Development confirmed that lot SP 152054 has been incorrectly categorised as productive agricultural land? The site does not meet the state planning policy definition of agricultural land. It is rocky, non-arable and incapable of supporting cropping or grazing. As a result, the agricultural land protection provisions under the SPP regional plan should not have been applied. My question is, this classification error is a major flaw in the assessment, and why? Number 2, mischaracterisation of the application as a subdivision. The department also noted the council has misrepresented the proposal. The application for a family allotment only. No commercial subdivision or land fragmentation is proposed. Ownership remains with JAJD Properties Proprietary Limited, protected by petrol wheels, preventing sale or change of use. The proposed retains the property as a single family controlled rural holding. My question is, why did Mr. McGavin's department mischaracterise the application? 3, failure to recognise housing supply benefits. State Development confirms that approval of the application will release 3 existing dwelling units in the Whitsunday housing market, directly improving rental and ownership availability in the regional facing significant housing pressures. This outcome aligns with the SPP objectives relating to housing supply, livability and community wellbeing. My question is, why does the report not show the benefits of the community? 4, misrepresentation of rural density and economic growth benchmarks. Council's assessment applies to rural production and rural density benchmarks that are not relevant to this site. There is no rural production occurring on the land. The land is not capable of supporting rural economic activities. No adverse impact on surrounding rural land use will occur. As such, applying the rural economic or rural density planning provisions is truly incorrect, misleading the report. Full compliance with transport and access outcomes. State Development confirms that the proposal is compliant with all relevant transport and access requirements, including a sealed vehicle entrance, compliant stormwater drainage, adequate on-site parking, traffic safety measures to meet and exceed the AOPO outcomes in the planning scheme. There are no transport or access grounds for refusal. Again, why has Mr. McGavin's department failed to actively supply council with true, achieved compliances? Based on these findings, the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning concluded that council's assessment contains procedural errors. The site has been incorrectly categorised. The nature of the proposal has been misrepresented, and the state planning policy has been incorrectly applied. Accordingly, the department states that the matter meets the threshold for safe intervention, which they will do if need be. I respectfully request that the councillors give proper regard to this advice before determining the application, ensuring the assessment reflects the accurate land categorisation, correct policy applications and general public benefit outcomes identified by the state. I now ask Council to overturn Mr McGavин's recommendations and approve the family allotment. And the triple C is also being notified. I'm not the only one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Would you want to just note that as take no notice? No, thank you. Okay, we'll move to item number 10, which is our committee's report. So we have one there, 10.1, the 16th of September 2025, unconfirmed audit and risk committee meeting. Minutes, move Councillor Finlay, and I will second those ones. Any discussion regarding the minutes of the audit and risk committee meeting from 16th September 2025? No. The motion the council endorse the unconfirmed minutes of the audit and risk committee meeting as attached, held on 16th September 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, we now move into our officers' reports. So I just will make note of a supplementary agenda item that is at 14.1.1. It will be discussed as part of confidential business in regards to strategic land purchase. Okay, so item 11.1, which is the one we're on, is the Q1 operational plan, which I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Second, Councillor Bowman. Mr CEO, I might let you kick that one off for us.
Mayor. So this is a presentation of the quarterly report for the July to September period. It's the winter months, which have been a very busy and productive time for our staff. In terms of really working through some of that important infrastructure and maintaining our towns, particularly ahead of the wet season that we're about to experience. It also saw us do works from roadworks to parks to landscape to beautifications. They're really part of our keeping the look and feel of the region going in relation to that. We also saw over this period a very significant increase in relation to tourism, both experienced at the Whitsunday Coast Airport and also through the cruise ship seasons. So while this is the first of the reports for the quarter, it does highlight that most of our operational activities are starting to progress as we run through that process. It might be appropriate to call on each of the directors just to give us a couple of their key points for the quarter.
Certainly. All right, I think we've got communities at the top, so we'll start with the Director of Communities. Director Julie, if you don't mind speaking to some of your highlights and actions, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So we have had a number of highlights. Of course, I've got to say, top of the list was the 2025 Mayor's Charity Ball, which raised over $90,000 to support BMA's EQ Rescue, plus Whitsunday Neighbourhood Centre, along with the Bowen Community Centre. NAIDOC Week is always huge, and again it was again this year with celebrations across the region. The Multicultural Festival held at the Bowen Sound Shell, unbelievable turnout that afternoon, and it was a very entertaining afternoon actually. The Region's Library's Social Seniors Whitsunday program has launched and continues on and is gaining support across the region, with the elderly coming together and getting together, even with coffee chats. There's more and more attendance at each one that we have. We, apart from the achievements in the report, we've also commenced work on the environment strategy, the aquatic facilities strategy, plus a review of Council's community grants, donations and sponsorship policy. And lastly, of course, we continue to optimise the use of the Prossie Entertainment Centre with the arts and culture across the region. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Director. I guess maybe we'll sort of any questions as we go. Just float anything for the Director. Probably just one from me, Director. I think in relation to the PEC, I think we've got it there on one of our optimising the use of the PEC in delivering, and that was obviously a focal area for us this year. We've got that at 80%. Is there any sort of specific, I guess, wins, or how we tracking there with our business plan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors believe that we're going quite well. What we have is a greater number of hires of the facility, where actually performers and acts are calling to hire the facility rather than buying the shows in, because it's a better bang for your buck, so to speak. It's far better for the budget. And we've got a few other things in the pipeline that we are going to slowly roll out as well, and just try to get more efficiency down there as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Director. Okay, we'll move to Director of Commercial Business, Director Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to Warren's initial comments about the performance of the airport, happy to report today that I've just received the August numbers through BITRE, which is the Bureau of Infrastructure, Transport Research Economics. Whitsunday Coast Airport was the #1 airport in Australia with year-on-year growth, so 15.1% growth on the same year last year. So that was published yesterday, and we actually were notified of that by our friends at Jetstar, who wrote an email congratulated us. So we think the numbers moving forward will continue to have us at the very top of that list for the next 3 to 4 months. So a great achievement for the team at the airport, and the great thing about that is it drives economy, it drives tourism, business, agriculture. It adds the funnel to what is our region. So fantastic news there. And also holiday parks. So the branding of the holiday parks that we did last year has shown great results. So at our best year financial start, so July, August, September, with regard to occupancy and revenue. So what we're seeing is really strong growth there, and the branding collectively for the parks is actually working. So looking forward to reporting those results moving forward. So it's a great result there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director McGuffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Work from regional strategy and planning was focused on the short-term accommodation amendment, which Council will remember that there was just short of a 6-week consultation period. So there was a whole stream of different platforms that we used to get community advice, and the advice was very mixed, with many people supporting it, many people providing comments that they weren't happy with it. Notwithstanding, Council has adopted that, and we sent that off to the Minister. We continue to work with Wilmar on the cane growers in an attempt to keep the cane industry sustainable in the longer term. There are some areas of cane that are being absorbed into urban infrastructure, so we just need to keep on top to make sure that the mill has the best opportunity to remain sustainable in the years coming. We continue to work on the growth corridor and support Council's aim to provide housing as best we can, and we have developed some principles that we will be presenting to Council soon to look at our review of the rural residential development in the region. So that we hope that the balance between rural residential and standard residential will shift towards more standard residential, because that helps the efficiency of our infrastructure.
Thank you, Director. Any questions of the Director? Okay, Director Murphy for Infrastructure Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, just a few things I'd like to highlight. Number one is a great collaboration and advocacy by Mayor Collins, just in relation to the Country Roads Connect program. So getting $18.9 million out of a program that has a funding pool of $70 million at the moment is really an outstanding result to get the Bowen Development Road started. Again, it's a project attached to a state road, but in collaboration with Main Roads. We're in the process of designing that. Once the design's done, we'll work out how we're going to deliver it. So again, the collaboration continues. The second one is in consultation with the capital team, we made a start on Gloucester Avenue. So again, we had some resilience funding. It's been a problem for quite a while. So trying to get a design that's actually buildable and achieving our road standards has been a challenge for us. But the crews are on site just so everyone's clear that the plan there is to meet the requirements for the grant funding for the grant funding that we've got, and then continue on using council's capacity on actually finish the project off. So we've got to have the majority of work done by end of March 2026. So hopefully wet season is kind to us. The other thing that happened through the period was the stormwater strategy adoption. So again, massive body of work, good to get it out in the public domain. There's tools that are available. We can now work with the development community with an updated flood model to make sure that we're minimising impact. And there's a lot of, it identifies about $410 million worth of works in the background, and our stormwater senior engineer is working his way through all those challenges of managing stormwater, which is not a small thing. The last one is just on waste. Bin audits, trying to minimise, we do have challenges with managing Kelsey Creek and Bowen, so trying to minimise the amount of material that not only goes into our curbside recycling, but having looked at our longer term options. We did audit bins during the period. Again, our contamination rates are reasonably high, but working with our manager of our commingled recyclables down in Mackay, hopefully we continue to provide a service so we can have diversion from landfill of those commingled recyclables, and Mr. Mayor, I have to take questions. Thank you.
Questions for the Director? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Director Murphy, apologies if I missed this, but when did you say with the Country Connect program, when will that funding roll out, do you think? When we start to see action out on the road?
When are you going to build it?
Yeah, it's a great question. So at this stage, we don't have a funding agreement with Main Road, so their priority was to identify how flexible we were in relation to which pieces we were going to do. They're effectively the asset owner, so they need to either tell us the standard to which to design it, or they actually had done a lot of design work. I expect that we'll have a design before the end of this financial year, so before the end of June of 26, and then we'll be going out to market most likely. My assumption is that Main Road will hand it over to us to deliver. There's a few things we have to do. The gravel is intended to be sourced on site, so we need to make sure that the gravel pit out there, that we're actually operating in legal bounds, and that we need to organise a crushing contract to get the material produced. So I don't think we'll be starting work in the current financial year, but hopefully we'll be out to market very early in the 27 financial year, maybe even earlier, depends on how they go with the design. Thank you very much. Good question.
Further questions, councillors? One from me, Director. Your water manager's not in the room. So one of the items relating to water and wastewater network plan, we've got it at 5%. I feel like we've been working on that project for probably about 12 months now, and I'm sort of 5%. I sort of thought we might be a bit further along than that.
Through Mr. Mayor, 5% probably relates to what's been presented to council versus the work that's been done in the background. So certainly our network planner, who's been on board now for about 12 months, absolutely a favourable model. We have an artefact which is pretty much ready to be workshop with council. So again, it's probably more a reflection of what council has had exposure to versus the amount of work that's been done in the background. So we're trying to be honest in our reporting around what council has seen versus what is in draft form as a working draft sitting there ready to have a conversation. So it forms the basis of all of our discussions with Neil, Director McGaffin, with development work. But my personal belief is we're probably at 80–90% with understanding the network. It's around what's been presented for.
Thank you, Director. One more while I've got you, just around the street lighting audit, and we don't have any sort of progress or dates in there, but do you just want to provide a verbal update on sort of where that's at? I know there's a sort of multiple parties there, but I guess we're just looking to see if we done everything we can do. Are we looking to? Is there anything you need from us to do? It's obviously been an issue in Proserpine, which we've managed to get resolved, I think, largely. But yeah, obviously that main road coming into Cannonvale and Airlie Beach has been a bit problematic. We've I think I counted 40 odd street lights out there on one night, which isn't good from a safety or a community perspective. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the question. So from what can you do to help? Yeah, there's a piece of the puzzle. So what we have done is we have a project manager who's actually implementing the lighting audit that was done for the Airlie precinct. His responsibilities expanded to Shoot Harbour Road from Jubilee through to Cannonvale. We've identified who owns the light, so there's been a lot of back and forth between Ergon and Main Road. So again, this is Main Road's route lighting. Some of the network is owned by Main Road, some of it's owned by Ergon. There are some lights which are ours, which are more associated with parks and spaces along. But yeah, I can write a briefing note for you to get some help in relation to poking Ergon and poking Main Roads. From a community perspective, they don't care who owns it, they just want the light to be working. More broadly in relation to the lighting audit, that also included all of the foreshore areas and trying to deal with the reliability of the lighting, particularly through the early precinct. So we pretty much have an understanding of what all the problems are, and we've commenced work with SMEC to actually get designs done to actually solve the problem. There are considerable issues in relation to energy draw, where we've tacked on CCTV and Wi-Fi, a whole range of things onto the lighting circuit that we need to actually go and run new power. There's a lot of stuff here that needs to be three-phase, it's only single-phase. So there's a body of work. What do I need from council in that respect? I'll be coming to you most likely BR2 and suggesting that we use effectively depreciation expense to try and progress some of those lighting audit outcomes, because we really don't have a funding source. There's also a little bit of money in our infrastructure reserve which we could apply against the project, but the reality is it's likely to cost us another $200,000 to actually design the solutions, because it's very complicated, and then be signed off by an RPEQ electrical engineer, and then we actually go and implement the solution. So, so probably two things: advocacy around, two things. Advocacy around Shoot Harbour Road with Ergon and TMR, and secondly, just support in relation to where we have to find some money internally to get the lighting audit progressed around the early precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, through you. I have repeatedly asked for some frog lights, the portable lights, to go from Erromango up to Mandalay Road. Everyone is walking along the road because the footpath that we put in a few years ago is so dark, no one can see where they're going. I'm not asking for permanent, I'm just asking for a few frog lights to go in, so that people won't walk on the road.
To respond to that, so our priorities being the early precinct, so we've pretty much worked out, sorry, a few minutes to Councillor Clifford, we've worked out how many of the frog lights we have are going to be. So when you say frog lights, I'm assuming you mean the concrete base.
Yeah.
Concrete base, portable,
so
yeah.
A few things there. Number one, they actually won't solve the problem if there's shading, so it's around where they go. Number two, if we actually do something, we need to comply with the lighting standard. So we have to actually come up with a solution, because once we actually go and light something, we are required to actually meet a standard. So that's the other challenge with just going and putting a range of frog lights along a road and saying we've solved the problem. So I'll have to take that one on notice and find out where we're up to, because our priority has been to solve our problem with our pedestrian crossings and other locations through the early precinct. If there's spare lights available, I'll have to look at what we can do in relation to putting them somewhere else.
Thank you, Director.
I'm quite happy to sort of, be out there with everyone and say we're just seeing where we need the lights on a temporary basis. But someone's going to get killed on that road, I'm telling you now. I've had a couple of very near misses.
Councillor Fernandez.
Mr Mayor, probably a question to our Director of Communications, Manager of Communications. Regarding this report, I think this is a great report. It really does highlight some of the things that are happening. I mean, it's a highlight. What I like, and my question for the Communication Manager, and you probably think it's one of his younger staff, but is, can we have this like I'm not sure how Facebook really works, but I'd like to have a
good news stories.
Good news story, but somehow or other a link. So when you click on your Facebook, it opens this document up. Not sure how that works, Mr. Mayor, but I don't worry about the finances down the bottom. Just the top part would be fantastic. So if I could leave that to the communications team, so we can copying links on our own Facebook pages. And
good idea,
spread the good news.
Thank you. All right, we'll keep moving. Acting Director Tony, is that the right title? Do you want to give us a capital update?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose the highlights of the first quarter from the capital program network planning team has been the adoption of the Showground Precinct Master Plan at Collinsville, and which has enabled us now to move on with the community hub development. So just on that, construction tender has now been awarded. and building will commence very shortly. The other one has been the continuation of the capital program, both in terms of planning and delivery. So in the first quarter, you saw the delivery of the 6 Mile Creek culvert upgrade, upgrades to the Barwon Sporting Complex and Denison Park upgrades. And also then we've also commenced on the remediation of both Kelsey Creek bridges as well as the Gloucester betterment works. I suppose the other highlight has been the progression of the Early Beach Master Plan with our community engagement now being finalised, and which will enable the master plan to be drafted and finalised and brought to council in the new year.
Thank you. Any questions for the Director? I'll start with Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Director Tony. Pleasing to see the work starting on Gloucester Avenue. It's been a long time.
It's questions, not gloating.
Yeah, it's extremely pleasing because I've been asked for years now when's it going to be done, and it's finally starting to happen. So congratulations to you and the team. But, the other one, Kelsey Creek Bridges. Have you got an update for us on progress there, or it's just in preliminary stages, or whatever?
So, thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of the Kelsey Creek bridges, we've created the bypass avenues. They will open shortly with the community, with notices going out to yourselves and the community. We're out to tender for doing out the specifications to go out to market for the design and construction of those bridges. So we're looking at those out within the new year.
Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mayor. Tony, just any update on the planning for Mullers Lagoon? We're really keen to get going on that track.
Yes, so thank you, Councillor. I believe those planning works have started with the project manager and the asset managers. So we'll be expecting the PID to be finalised in the new year, and then we'll come back to council with any revisions from us at that time.
Very good. Thank you.
Any further questions? Acting Director Shuttleworth, Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As largely support agency of council, I suppose our main priority was for the quarter was our budget, and as well to issuing of rates for the period. We've also seen recently the appointment of a new manager of governance, which obviously allows us to do a lot more as far as meeting services, our policies and what we've done, so that has greatly assisted us. As Director Tony has mentioned regarding our hubs, is working with the capital team with regard to our capital delivery on our major infrastructure for our buildings, that primarily being Collinsville and Cannibal hubs, which has been actually inputs from as asset owners, actually what they were going to look like, and making sure they fit the needs of our key users as lobby in the community. So extensive work in those. As following on from our successful doing business with the council session we held last financial year in May, we attended and presented at the Major Projects Forum in Mackay, which is held by the State Development, which basically primarily put all the GW Victoria councils together to present on our function and what that looked like. So that was a good event to actually allow us to move forward together. Our ICT team has undertaken some major upgrades of our records management system, which essentially means is our core system enables all our documentation into the one. So that's been quite a significant project for us. That's been quite valuable for the area. And also too, probably one which did occur, I just checked in the quarter, was after that 18 months of negotiation, we did actually get the big mango coin released. So that was probably realised it did occur in that quarter. So another good achievement for the team.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? You want to conclude with anything? You're happy to keep moving? Yep. Okay.
I'll speak generally.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I just thought I'd say this one because it's kind of across Director Julie and procurement, but just the note there that for the trade services panel, that this year council's allowed people just to renew and update rather than going through the whole application process. I think that's a great example of reducing red tape, workload on businesses, knowing we're trying to invest a lot of council money in the services they provide. Just generally, I know governance was very busy because the agenda didn't go up till the very end of the day, but those typos didn't get corrected. So I was just thinking if we're actually going to be putting this out publicly, is it possible to do those corrections?
So this is
before-
on the operational plan.
Operational report, yeah, so if we are going, before, do we need to change the resolution at all? There are only typographical things really, so I just think if we are going to upload this to the website and send it out, it's best just to clean them up a little bit. Thank you.
Any other further, anyone want to speak to the motion or the report? The motion that council received the operational plan 25-26 Q1 progress report for the period to 30th of September 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.2, request for negotiated decision notice, development application permit, reconfiguration of a lot 1 to 3 at 4 Leader Road, Preston. Councillor Simpson.
I'd like to amend the motion a little.
Probably hear it first.
Yeah. The resolution, I'd like to part refuse and part approve and part refuse the motion. Have you got them minutes?
Yes. It's too early in the day to confuse Councillor Simpson.
Yeah. I'd like to approve the request to delete the conditions 6.1 to 6.6 and refuse the request to delete condition 8.3.
Second, Councillor Ross.
And just on this, my reasons for refusal, I just believe it's too onerous on the proponent. I went out there for a drive yesterday and the road, it's a narrow little road with not many people up it, and the access doesn't even have culverts under it. It's situated on a part of land that the water runs either way, and if they had to go through the council regulations and upgrade this intersection, it'd cost them a small fortune. I just think it's too onerous. It's only a very narrow little road, and it's sort of, I think, why people want to live there. It's a quiet little place, and I think it just changed the whole precinct pretty much.
Okay, so can we just have a look at what this looks like now, just so I can be clear on exactly. So, approve the request to delete conditions 6.1, 6.6, which is, can you talk us through this, Director McGovern?
Sure, Mr Mayor, thank you. The condition 6.1 to 6.6 was put on to be consistent with the development manual, and that requires the road to be widened and obviously the treatment where it adjoins Conway Road. And that is what Councillor Simpson would like to remove. Condition 8.3 relates to a water supply that is protected from bushfire risk, and the request to remove those conditions have been refused by the term of Councillor Simpson's recommendation.
Two things, road and water tank, so yep, okay. All right, discussion, Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, to, I guess, the Director of Planning. Are there opportunities further up this road for further development? So can somebody else come in and subdivide and build houses, etc.?
Through Mr Mayor, yes, there is on the basis that there are rural lots further down, and they could be subdivided to a minimum standard for rural residential development. And yes, you could get more lots. I couldn't tell you how many lots there could be. I'm not aware of any other inquiries we've had regarding that, but I expect that you could subdivide some of those lots.
Is it possible that the applicant enters into an infrastructure agreement that he, she, whatever, agrees to contribute if there is further development down the road? Because again, it wouldn't be fair on the people further down the road to have to foot the whole thing.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's a really good issue as far as if the road is upgraded, who pays. My comment is Councillor Simpson's making the point that upgrading a small portion of the road is onerous on the proponent. I'd expect that argument would exist if further request to subdivide along Leader Road comes in. I would have thought that a more equitable situation would have been to look at council upgrading the entire road and then talking to the residents to say, do you want the road upgraded? This is what the cost is going to be, and shared amongst not only the existing landholders, but you would also, I expect, do an assessment about what the potential yield would be if they would want to subdivide their land, so that there was an equitable apportionment of costs. Now, the infrastructure agreement is voluntary, so you would need all of the residents in Leader Road to put their hand up to say, yes, we'll voluntarily go in to such agreement. We're not there. We've only spoken to this landowner, we haven't spoken to any of the others to ascertain their appetite to subdivide or not.
Okay, is there anything else in the report you wanted to talk to Director McGuffin?
No, Mr Mayor, I think we had a discussion at the briefing. It was basically those two options, sticking with the road standards under the development manual and the need to protect the residents from the bushfire hazard that's identified.
Yeah, probably a question to Director Engineering here. So the current road is unformed, it's just, well, it's formed, but it's not sealed. So is there any safety issues? Like if we're approving extra lots and extra traffic on this, even on this first section, do we have any, what can I say?
Line of sight.
Have we got any obligations to address that? Or can we just keep it the way it is and people just have to pull over or whatever?
Mr Mayor, I think the best way to answer that question is that we have a development control manual that basically says this is the basis of design based on the function that the road performs. The development control manual has been applied in relation to traffic volume based on best engineering practice, so whenever you relax that, you potentially create a problem that you'll have to address at some point in the future because the design, whether it be Moss roads or Australian standards, there's a reason for pavement widths, there's a reason for intersection standards. As traffic increases, you would expect to see carriage of material onto the bitumen road at the front. You also expect to see the gradual eating away of the bitumen edge with increased traffic turning in. My other expectation is just because the first driveway, I think the lot 2, has an increase in traffic, then you'll also see the impact of turning vehicles into and out of that driveway. And my expectation is at some point we'll have requests to go and do things, and then nothing will happen because the road's quite narrow, except if there's more passing traffic, and there's development taking place, if it's particularly wet, a delivery truck or a builder's vehicle will go through the shoulder and we'll be asked to come and do work on that road. So again, I've got to be very careful, don't enter the debate. In relation to the question you asked, there's a reason why we have design standards, but I feel respect council's right to determine development.
Get to right.
Yeah, thank you. Through the Mayor. Look, looking at this one, I think it's not just the road. Like I'm open to a contribution, but I think the conditions are quite steep that we have imposed. But and looking at it, I think it's not just as simple as widening the road. I think it could trigger like an intersection upgrade, which is huge. So yeah, look, I support the motion that Councillor Simpson's moved, and yeah, like if they will come to the party and contribute something, like I'm happy with that. And then as further development does progress down that road, if it does go that way, at least then we can get a contribution from others as well.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a bit torn with this one as well. Maybe a question to correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at our current standards and hierarchy, it's not this development that's triggering that change. It's already rural local access, and the current road doesn't meet that formation. So if this development wasn't happening, it'd kind of be homeless, although we've got a lot of roads like that. Paluma Road's a very busy one. There's hundreds of cars going down a road that doesn't fit the hierarchy. But that's the thing is that without this development, we are in that situation. I also understand if people don't contribute, all that onus is falling onto the ratepayers when they are getting benefit out of this development approval. If we can't condition a contribution, so probably a question is, we would have to table this for further negotiation, timelines or things like that, to see if interest in an infrastructure agreement or something was possible. We can't condition that today. And then probably my other thing is just reasonable and relevant conditions. I think if we're saying, and I do worry about a precedent being set by council, if we let a lot of people these sort of infrastructure improvements, where do we draw the line on who pays and who doesn't? But just for this, if it was just widening a road is probably one thing, but you know, that intersection change where you are dealing with bitumen and turn off and fall off also add weight to the fact there'll be increased traffic on that. So is there a way within this that the road upgrade doesn't actually include that intersection upgrade? Thanks.
Through Mr Mayor, interesting question. Look, my comment would be, if you're going to upgrade the road, you have to pay attention to the intersection, because that's probably the most highly contentious point of conflict in the whole area. And what this example is the conflict between the development manual for an application that comes in for subdivision compared to this is what I'd call a legacy issue, where the road is actually the land around it is already subdivided. So if you had the application coming in and they were going to create the same number of lots that exist off Leader Road, you'd be saying development manual, you know, you're getting a dozen or 15 lots, whatever it is, and therefore that's the onus of the subdivision. Here, it's a legacy issue, lots are already there, and you're only just adding a fraction to it. The best way to do it is, in my mind, an infrastructure agreement. But you need some sort of equitable contribution from everybody that will benefit from that. Now, the rest of the landowners will benefit from it because it's the condition would ask for the construction of the first 70 metres. I would expect that some of them would argue what benefit do they really get, because the road deteriorates further down the back. I think that there's an opportunity that if council is going to look at roads like this, we need to do a real analysis of the road. Is it just widening? What are the implications for shoulders? There's a creek crossing, what are the implications for that? So if council would mind to do that, then you'd have to put this on the table, go and do all of that. I would think that that's going to take quite some time. It would potentially stymie the development proceeding, the subdivision proceeding. So again, it's just a matter for council to determine what they consider reasonable and relevant, and also determine the best way to attack the issue.
Any further commentary? Councillor Collins.
So what process we need to do now for a negotiated argument there, Neil? What do we table this, or do we have to we can fully figure it out of our head now, or what's the go? Not putting pressure on you.
Through Mr Mayor, if council would like to take the contribution, then my suggestion would be to put it on the table until such a contribution was determined. I would think there's going to be quite a debate and an issue over that level of contribution, coming to what's fair, what's reasonable, what you would expect from the additional lot. So yes, put it on the table, and that will take some time to resolve, I would have thought.
Anything you want to add to that, Councillor Collins?
No.
Councillor Clifford?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director of Infrastructure, do we have any idea, or could you come back to us if we table this with an estimated cost on upgrading the entire road to meet our standards? So then we could go to the rest of the owners and say, this is what it's going to cost and you own this bit of it.
there is any suggestion of investment. So as part of the process, that's where council lands, that's where we're investing.
Councillor Rob?
Thank you. I was just going to suggest, instead of tabling it, could we just put in the resolution, maybe discuss an infrastructure agreement if they're willing to do that?
Through Mr. Mayor, if that was the intent of council, we'd be more than happy to do that. It would take some time, I would have thought, to do the full analysis of the leader road, to do the cost and then apportionment. If that can be done, yeah.
If you're deleting the conditions, how do you actually condition, how do you have any negotiation power in infrastructure?
There is no hook on this landowner or any other landowner that fronts leader road.
I think it is overly onerous expectation, but the issue is we're getting these come in every 2 meetings now. Who pays? Like, at the end of the day, like, this is going to become an issue for a council in 10 years' time to resolve, and the only reason these people are doing this is to make money. They see an opportunity to make some money and carve up a rural block, and I think good on them, but it shouldn't be a future ratepayer that has to fix that. So, I'm inclined to support it, but I'd never support approving a capital works upgrade on this road that the ratepayers have to pay for, because we've had people come and carve this up. So I would be supportive of an interim ground, I think, if that was a procedural motion that was to be put forward.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the argument, the principle of the whole thing, that people should pay a contribution, but as Councillor Clay said, it's probably hard for us to do it here and now, and to table things, you know, it's been approved and they've come back appealing the conditions. What is fair and reasonable? $1,000 or $100,000? Who determines that? You know, I think it's something we need to look seriously as we come to this rural red strategy and our policies and stuff, but I'm not supportive of tabling this. It could go on for months and months and months, but we do need to address this so we can come to an infrastructure agreement and put some conditions on this. Anyway, it's a good argument, and I hear we all need to pay. They're cutting up blocks and making a good coin out of it, and they should be putting in. But yeah, I'm not prepared to table it at this stage.
Director McGill, is there any consideration, I guess, in the rural res strategy towards how future infrastructure may roll out? You know, I think we're sort of, with that lens on the future, how do we not just sort of say this is where we want it to occur, but how do we almost account in that strategy for where there'll come a day where there might be, hypothetically 10 lots on this road, and then, you know, all of a sudden there's 30 lots on this road, and how do we, is there a levy or a mechanism or something like that we can build in as part of the strategy to support that? So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, look, it's a legacy issue. There are examples of this in many locations throughout the council area. At the moment, the rural residential strategy focuses on a variety of principles, and one of those principles is to keep the rural residential areas in let me call it an enclave, for want of a better word, so that we can look at the roads that are affected. We would do an assessment on what the current standard is, and we would do an assessment on what we would think would be a safe standard. And a third aspect might be what is the requirements of the development manual. And I think you'll get 3 different standards. And I think you're likely to get 3 different answers from every single road that you look at, and that will depend on the number of lots, the number of development potential lots that would come out of it. You know, it might also be how many creek crossings there are, because of the costs of providing for that. So that would be possible on the basis that you are looking at a rural residential enclave where it's clearly identified. The other option that we're putting to council is if you want to spread the rural residential without necessarily focusing it, that becomes more of a problem in the longer term, because you don't get to assess the roads as they are now and look at what the apportionment might be. But certainly it's something that we've identified in the rural residential strategy. We haven't come to an answer as yet, but we will be turning our mind to that when we come to council.
Thank you, Director. Councillor.
Thank you. Just as a question, Mr. Mayor, I think we understand the intersection is the onerous thing. I think we understand we want some contribution towards the road from the development. We do know there's a public benefit in eventually improving that intersection. Would it be possible to amend condition 6.3 just for change from Leader Road, change 5 metres to 75 metres, and just have the road widening done without the intersection being an onus upon this development, but therefore we do get preparation works, and this development subdivision may not go through for 12 months or more or something, and we know Gary will be all caught up and below budget by then, so perhaps our Capital's Works program can coordinate some works at that time, or we know as we're doing further upgrades along the road that's becoming busier and busier that these turn-offs become something.
So I'm reading you're proposing amendment to the amendment. Neil, can you tell me if that's works for a start, and then I'll go to the mover of the alternative to see if they want to.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be guided by Director Gary as far as I would have thought that the primary focus should be on the intersection. And if you're doing away with that and then focusing on the road, you're putting the cart before the horse would be my comment.
So that's a no. Director Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Probably some points of clarification is Marine Construction Services Director does not do capital works, which is not been approved by council. So in relation to the team running out there, no, we need to go through the prioritisation process and need to follow a project management framework. We need to be prioritised by council in accordance with your current practices. So we don't go and do work which is not forecast, and I agree with the last comments, Mr. Mayor, that the focus would be on the intersection. That's actually the point of potential conflict and the point of greatest risk. If you're going to seek a lesser contribution than fixing the intersection as well as asking for the road to be widened, my focus would be on intersection. And lastly, in relation to the function that the pavements perform, there is a plethora of roads across the local government area where the current standard does not meet our development control manual. But you only get one chance when development happens to seek contributions to address that, and quite frankly, the financial capacity of council to maintain the network we have, let alone make ongoing improvements, is really limited.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, possibly to the CEO, if we did upgrade this road, with ratepayers' money, could we make it like a benefited area? For instance, Shute Harbour, when they ran the sewage down there, has got a surcharge on it because they're now connected to sewer rather than something else, and it's a benefited area. So could we treat these things as benefited areas when we have to step in for safety?
Yeah, so a benefit area, as long as you can demonstrate that the nexus is between that road upgrade and the people who benefit, it's a rating exercise. You can actually then rate those properties, but everybody who gains, and the nexus needs to be clear. As far as I know, this is almost a cul-de-sac, so it may be easy to determine who is actually the beneficiaries in this particular case. It is available. Council does need to vote on it every year as part of a rating process.
Okay. All right, we might wrap this one up. I think we've had enough discussion. Do you want to close off on something?
No, thanks.
Anything you want to add? You happy with your alternative recommendation?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Anything further? Okay. So it was Simpson and Wright. Okay, the motion that council part approve, part refuse the request for negotiated decision notice, the development application 1 to 3 at 4 Leader Road, Preston, approve the request to delete condition 6.1 to 6.6, and B, refuse the request to delete condition 8.3. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 4-3. Okay, moving on to item number 11.3, 3.3, development application, preliminary approval for material change of use for multiple dwelling units under the Ball Family Development Scheme, 371 Strathdicky Road, Strathdicky.
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Do I have a seconder? There is no seconder. We'll go back to the original motion. Can I have a mover? Move Councillor Finlay. Second Councillor Simpson. Director McGaffin, would you like to speak to the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have the overheads. Thank you. This is the full multiple dwelling units. By definition, 371 Strathdicky Road gets access along a dirt road that leads past other properties before it hits the subject land. The surrounding uses are rural. The overlays that are affected on the subject land are agriculture, bushfire hazard, flood hazard, and landslide overlay. The property is 11 hectares and it's typically in a rural setting. There are rural residential developments to the southwest, as you can see on the screen. So one existing dwelling exists on the site at the moment. The application seeks to add 3 more. Access is roughly 300 metres, as I indicated, from Strathdicky Road. There are other properties, including a cane farm, that use that existing access. And in the application, it indicates that they do not want to jeopardise a future subdivision. And while the Development Assessment Team had some questions to ask, the application was ticked the box to say that they didn't wish to receive any further inquiries. So that means that the application is processed on the information that is submitted with it. The proposal is for a Boyd Family Development Scheme. Short-term accommodation and multi-use codes would be varied, as well as the other codes that you can see on the screen, so there's quite a few. The effect of the proposal would vary those codes, but it would not override the overlays that I've already indicated. They are set, and Council has to assess the proposal because the land is affected by those overlays. Essentially, the development scheme is a site-specific scheme, and it proposes that dwelling houses, additional dwelling houses, become accepted development. So the key matters that have been taken into account are that the proposal conflicts with the Rural Zone Code and the Agricultural Land Overlay Code, and you can see on the right-hand side of the screen the fact that it is reasonably close to existing cane land, and there is a potential that future dwellings could complain about that activity. Councillors will be aware that we often receive complaints from either noise, the early start of tractors when farmers are trying to beat the heat, or things like overspray that can impact on dwellings that are located close to the cane land. The removal of the Transport Parking Code removes the requirement for sealing the access to a 5.5 metre wide seal, and there is, because it goes across a waterway, that there is the need for a causeway upgrade. So very much consistent with the example that we've just been discussing in Leather Road, that applies here. And we do think that there is a minor drafting error to the development scheme as submitted. 2 submissions from adjoining owners. They consider the access is unsafe for 3 more dwellings to get access off the road, increase in dust because of the increased traffic, and certainly the conflict between cane farming and the residential use, and that's very much the discussion that I raised earlier. And while the objectors, the objectors don't think that there is a broader community benefit from the proposal. And for that reason, Mr Mayor, the recommendation is to refuse the proposal due to the non-compliances.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, the officer's recommendation is obviously prepared by our town planning professionals on the basis of our town planning scheme. However, I'd like to also acknowledge the question on the notice this morning from Mr Boyle. And I think if we, and obviously we're not going to have a chance to respond to Mr Boyle's presentation this morning. So I would like to probably move a amended motion to this, that we actually table this, and I'd like to hear the response to Mr Boyle's questions here from regarding on the Department of State Development Infrastructure, because they're stating there is some conflicting advice between our planners and the Department of State Development. So I'd like to move an amendment to
Procedural motion.
Table.
yeah, to table the motion
And I'll
to
second
get a
that.
response.
There's no need to second that.
Yeah.
So you're seeking some the council's response to that item before we actually vote on it, is that correct?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Because we got conflicting advice.
Director McGavin, would you like to add anything there?
Two things, if I may, Mr Mayor. The inconsistency with the state issues is a matter of interpretation. So it's all about the overlays that exist, and the quickest example is the concern from Mr Boyle about the land not being an agricultural productive lot. Now, each lot doesn't have to have agricultural production that reveals an income to the property owner to be affected by the overlay. So it's 11 hectares, it's typically a rural lot in a rural setting. The issue is if it doesn't produce from grazing or cropping, what does it then become? So the overlay basically says, you know, you need to consider those facts. The issue here is that it's not an urban block. It is typically a rural block in a rural setting. And the aim of the development assessment team is to look at it and say, if you apply these overlays, what is the relevance? Is it appropriate to say that they are irrelevant, of a minor nature, or are they pertinent to the development? So I'd suggest that it's an interpretation rather than a clear. It's not as if the state's put out a letter saying, gee, Whitsunday Regional Council, you misinterpreted this. It's the state policy that we've interpreted. So I'm not sure.
So for a public gallery, please don't speak to the meeting unless you've been asked to speak to the meeting.
So that's the way it's applied. And I do note that Councillor Finlay moved the resolution, so I'm not sure whether you're right, but the reaction.
Okay. So you're happy to so hang on, we've got a procedure, we only need the one mover for that. Yes. So you're moving to table the matter for further discussion?
Yeah, just get a response to answer this.
To the questions there. Okay, the motion that council table the matter for further discussion, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Okay, we'll move on. Item number 11.4, the donations, sponsorships and grants approved October 2025. Moved Councillor Collins, second Councillor Wright. Director Wright, would you like to speak to the matter?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the report is for the donation, sponsorship and grants that have been approved, athlete grants approved totalling $500, 2 donations approved totalling $3,000, 2 in-kind donations totaled $9,040, 1 sponsorship approved totalling $1,783, and 1 sport and rec grant for $2,000, plus then there were 7 approvals for donations on council fees, and that totaled $2,078, and there was there's a few decline as well within the report and what they were, why they were declined. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Questions or comments? Councillor Clifford.
Thank you. Through you to the Director. The downturn in applications or grants or whatever, is that because now you only get one bite of the cherry rather than multiple?
Yeah, a little bit, councillor, plus we're coming into the end of the calendar year, you know, the elite athletes are on the decrease because they've all been to NQ and everywhere else that they, well, there they were this morning. But also because we only have one.
Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Now this has lost my page. Oh yeah, question to Director Julie. Julie, what was the amount of the donation that we gave to the North Queensland Speedway Riders and Supporters Club for the Gary Moon Memorial Speedway?
Yep, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, 21st of August this year was $200. It covered one heat race at the Speedway event.
Yeah, just further to that response. I think this highlights we need to review our policy further.
We are.
We are. Yeah. And this is probably one element, because you can have an organisation come in and ask for $1,000 to help with an event, whatever, and I will approve it. We've got an organisation here, Mr. Mayor, and I don't have a conflict of interest. My wife said, no, you're not riding the bike. So that part is out of it. However, this group has staged a number of events and they only ask for $200 at a time. And unfortunately, with our policy as it is written at the moment, because they can only apply once, regardless of the amount, they can't get a second one. So I think we need to take that into review. But just in passing, Mr. Mayor, I just want to acknowledge the Speedway here at Bum. This year we've had the Australian Sidecar Championships, the Gary Moon Memorial, Queensland Sidecar Championships, and the Queensland Junior Solo Championships. So they go under the radar a little bit, but we have major championships held in Bowen. And the number of people that come from outside the town to support these events is incredible. Anyway, full review is there.
Okay, Councillor Bum.
Probably for me, just on the back of that, I remember speaking to that fact the last time when we put this policy in place. But along the same lines, there is a refusal for the Whitsunday Sailing Club because it got a refusal of in-kind due to getting support for Early Beach Race Week. But then under sponsorships, we've given them $1,783 of in-kind sponsorship. So I'm still trying to understand all the different things and use of council land and stuff like that, but to me that appears like they've got money for Early Beach Race Week and then this in-kind sponsorship. So across our three policies and our little bit about use of public land, is there a reason why they've come up twice with one approval and one refusal? Thanks.
So what that was for, Council, that was for the, if I remember correctly, the waste removal from an event that was held down there. This here, the refusal, the declined application was for 30 parking permits for, you know, for the sailing club down there. But given the extent of what the race week was, you know, 30 parking permits is a reasonable slug on the budget as well, you know, so that's why. But the other was for an actual event that was down there in kind to assist with the removal of waste and that.
Thanks. I certainly understand the refusal, and I think it was for, the NACRA Championships went off very well. But this is what I'm trying to understand: how did they get Early Beach Race Week and another 1,783? Is that because it was just in-kind support for waste removal? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, the other item for review when we do this is the annual awards night for our schools. And what I would like to say, when we do the review, that we keep that separate to any other donations.
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, it is on the list to be a completely separate section of the donations.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this report? Councillor Collins? You leave it? No? Okay. Okay, the motion the council note the financial support for the junior elite athletes, donation in kind, donation applications, sponsorship applications, and rec club grant applications, cancelled fee applications as per the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.5. Regional Arts Development Fund 25-26 funding round 1. Moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Barman. Director Julie, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this is the first round of RADF for this financial year. We have 5 applications that were approved. The first is the Artist Run Initiative. Whitsundays, Marianne Stanton. It's a 2-week artist residency with masterclass and community forum. It was requested, the application requested $5,499 and it was recommended $5,499 by the committee. Some comments from the committee were it's excellent value with a proven track record of successful workshops and strong community engagement. The RADF Committee's recommendation was to fully fund the project as it's a great forum and workshop already well received by artists and the general community in the region. The second was Artists Connect Incorporated, Margaret Burgess. It's for the 2026-27 Whitsunday Art Trail. The applicant requested $3,061 and the recommendation was for $3,060, I think, maybe round figures, but anyway. Comments from the committee: a strong project with compelling letters of support. The initiative is worthwhile as updating the website to include additional artists will enhance the 26-27 Artist Trail. The RADF Committee's recommendation again was to fully fund, except for $1. This art trail booklet is a great addition to the tourism sector of the region. Number 3, Felicity Chapman, 2-day introduction to exhibition development and touring training at museums and galleries in Brisbane. The recommended was the same as requested, $3,850, with the comments that the committee were in favour, supporting the professional development of local artists. The proposed course will benefit both the applicant and wider community by enhancing skills that can be shared to support other artists and strengthen future project proposals, and that was to fully fund. Holly Daniel, the final preparation of a completed young adult fantasy manuscript, The Light Unfound. Again, recommended to fully support the requested $4,300. Comments from the committee: supporting an emerging local author who actively contributes to the community's literary and writing initiatives, and of course to fully fund as well. And lastly, Annette Osterhoff, Threads of Connection, a project bringing women together to create, connect and craft. It was requested for the application $10,090. However, the committee have recommended $5,500, with comments that the committee noted that the total amount requested was considerable and expressed reluctance to support the full sum, as RADF funding priorities focus on artistic development and workshop delivery rather than attendees' accommodation expenses. The committee resolved to support the facilitation of the workshops within the proposed budget, and hence the reduction in the recommended figure. So, Councillor Bowman may have any more answers.
Councillor Bowman, you're the chair of the committee. Do you want to speak to any of them?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Julie. I'll try and touch on a few things without going over what Director Julie said. Artist Run is up at the Hideaway Bay Community Hall. Last year, over 50 people involved. This year, a sculptor's coming up. There's a number of workshops and different things that go on. It's a 2-week visitation, been very successful in the past. Hope that it is again this year. Artist Connectors for the Whitsunday Trail. We're between Council and Arts Queensland. We're investing $3,060. That's part of a $27,000 project. So I think we're getting bang for buck
I think Councillor Collins was going to give her the extra $1. Was
Yeah,
that
I'll
right,
give you the
Councillor?
$1, yeah.
With Felicity Chapman, she's going down to Brisbane for training that's only available there. It isn't about putting together exhibitions and setting up touring. We're fully funding that, but that is only the training course. Felicity's paying for the flights, the accommodation, and for a support person to go with her to assist her in her disability. Holly is a young author from here in Bowen. She's part of the Whitsunday Writers Festival that the Mayor and I attended. She's already invested over $3,000 of her own money in the development, editorial and assistance in 80,000 words that she's written. This fund is for that final edit and proofreading to really get it to a finished project. And then with the weaving felt workshops, we did just fund them in last year's round. I actually went back and had a look at their acquittal, and they were above their expected numbers. A lot of people going there and being involved in that. In this one, they've gone out to 2 workshops, but they were talking about including accommodation in the ticket price that we just didn't put into the budget. I think Radif's job is to support those workshops and learning. If people do want to stay in town overnight, I think that's a cost they can choose or bear, and hopefully a lot of locals there that don't need that. So yeah, the committee has recommended just supporting 65% allowance of the workshops that's with Radif. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any other commentary on the report or the projects being funded? Okay. The motion that Council receives the minutes from the Radif Local Advisory Committee and approves the payment of Radif grants for round 1 as recommended by Council to the Radif Advisory Committee to assist the recipients. A, Artist Run Initiative. B, Artist Connect Inc. C, Felicity Chapman. D, Holly Daniel. E, Annette Usterhoff. As per the amounts listed in the report, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Item number 11.6, the pre-qualified supplier panel arrangement for trade services refresh. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Collins. Director Shutter, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As mentioned before by Councillor Bowman, this is an issue whereby we've made it quite easier for new suppliers to come onto our panels to actually be utilised by council operations, but also too it means the existing personnel don't actually have to go through a whole process themselves. They, at this stage, they just signed correspondence back to council saying they wish to continue on for that process. That was about 85 individuals. This resolution put forward to council to pass adds 22, so that puts over 100 local suppliers who didn't have on across about 50 categories of suppliers, which does make the use for all obviously operations considerably easier. So quotes don't need to be obtained to do work with this because they are pre-qualified. They've been through the process of risk assessment for finance, for insurance and other applications, being QBCC, etc. So yeah, I think it's good.
Sure, I'd like to speak to the refresh report.
Yeah.
Yep. I think everyone agrees it's supporting reduction in admin red tape and improving our efficiency in this area, which is great. Okay, the motion that Council award pre-qualified supplier arrangements for trade services refresh for the tenders for 11-month period and with an additional 12-month extension at Council's discretion for the businesses listed in the report. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Item 11.7, which is our sole source supplier listing 2526. I'll move. Second, Councillor Bowman. Acting Director Shuttlewood, would you like to touch on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to the previous report, under our regulation, there's an exemptions that apply to council whereby it would definitely be impractical or disadvantageous to provide tenders or quotes. Typically, that is whereby we have experts on board whereby they provide specialist advice because of their knowledge with council, or whereby we have a whole proprietary product or original equipment manufacturers. So whereby we have a piece of software, a piece of plant and equipment, whereby that's where we'd actually get the parts and servicing done up to do. So by putting this resolution in place, enables officers to go direct to these providers without having to go to market and access this quote.
So again, another one of good efficiency gains.
Any commentary? Okay, the motion that council receives, the council resolves in accordance with the local government regulation that is satisfied with the nominated suppliers listed in the attachment of the report are sole suppliers and they be added to the sole supplier register for the 25-26 financial year, and also delegate authority to the CEO in accordance with the Local Government Act to enter into contracts, negotiate, finalise and execute any matters associated with or in relation to sole suppliers, subject to council's normal procurement policies and practices. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Might break for morning tea. I'll move to adjourn to morning tea. All in favour? Carried. All right.
So, yeah, no, I just want to get a copy of it.
All right, we'll resume the meeting at 10:46 a.m. Moving on to our next item, which is 11.8, Regional Strategy and Planning Quarterly Update, July-September 2025. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Bowman. Director McGuffin, do you want to give us an update?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a good quarter for regional strategy and planning. The strategic team in particular moved forward with their growth work and also the rural residential strategy. The council decision on the short-term accommodation and aggregate amendment to the planning scheme could be forwarded to the minister, and that's gone off. Excuse me, there was almost 200 building applications lodged, which was a little bit down on the same time last year. And the good thing about it, excuse me, was that 46 were new developments, so that's an ongoing trend with increases. Compliance is still active, with 70% of the fines being referred to SPUR. So while we're doing a lot of work, there's not a lot of response to that, so off to SPUR it goes. On the plumbing side of things, we're still operating at below capacity, and unfortunately the plumbing inspector that we made the offer to and was accepted, who was supposed to start on Monday, has pulled the pin, so we still have trouble accessing skills in that area. 80 applications for plumbing and 322 inspections throughout the area. Was good in respect, there's a lot of work being carried out. Excuse me, the development assessment side of things, the applications for residential development, continued assessment at Poppy Hills and also Eden Vale. The good news is that the construction continues on 3 different fronts. Commercial, you have Audi, Harvey Norman and Bunnings underway. For residential, you have the Ellie Summit, and rural residential, you have Springvale and Hidden Valley. So all different fronts. Good to see that there's a good mix throughout the economy. The major issues, obviously, where council approved the childcare centre in Parker Road for 104 children and 21 staff. The multiple dwellings in Lamont Street was code accessible, decided under delegation. It was good they provided the required number of car parking, which was 48. So that's a good development on what was vacant land. Redevelopment of the Bowen Palms Caravan Park, which is an uplift to the existing park. Stage approval, 70 relocatable home sites, different stages, and the good thing is on stage 3 there's a requirement to connect to reticulated sewer. So we're hoping that work in Bowen that's planned goes ahead. We're already having inquiries from adjoining landowners in that stretch about their ability to connect. The Tourist Park and Garden Centre north of Proserpine is the coffee plantation, and the approval there covered 60 caravan sites and 8 tent sites, and several new buildings such as communal facilities for the caravan park. So all in all, pretty good callings on them.
Thank you, Director. Questions to the Director?
Thank you through you to the Director. Has there been any movement on the where they clear fell down the end of Erromango? Down the bottom?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't got a recent update other than talking to the project engineer that there were still property settlement issues between the existing owner and the prospective purchaser, that they were still trying to work that out, albeit that the new purchaser wanted to activate the approval that is already in place. So we're just waiting for that to be settled, and that should start construction soon.
Okay, further commentary or questions? Okay. The motion that Council note the Regional Strategy and Planning Directorate report for the period of July to September 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.9, Community Services and Facilitation Quarterly Report, July to September 2025. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford.
Director Julie, would you like to speak to?
Mr Mayor, Councillors, this morning I'm pleased to present the Community Services and Facilitation Quarterly Report for Q1 of the 2025-26 financial year. This quarter has delivered a diverse range of community initiatives, events and services across our region, and I'm proud to highlight the key achievements and outcomes on behalf of the community team. Over the quarter, 8 external events were delivered throughout the region, attracting a combined total of 891 participants. These events included the NAIDOC celebrations at the Airlie Beach Foreshore, Mayor's Charity Ball, and a series of Airlie Beach Foreshore movie nights, and of course citizenship ceremony and community screenings during the race week. Each event provided meaningful opportunities for engagement and connection within our community. At the PEC, Posse Entertainment Centre, ticket sales totaled 3,721 for the quarter. While this reflects a decrease from the previous period, the centre remained active with 76 cinema sessions and 20 shows and performances, including 2 sold-out events. The PEC continues to play an important role in providing arts and culture opportunities for residents and visitors alike. Our My Community Directory and Diary platforms recorded 17,723 searches, with health services remaining the most commonly sought information. This reflects ongoing demand for accessible community and support services across the region. In terms of customer requests, CRMs, the Community Services and Facilitation team received 1,260 CRM requests, with 885 completed during the quarter. The Environmental and Local Laws teams managed 893 of those requests, with the most frequent relating to overgrown properties, illegal parking, illegal dumping, abandoned vehicles and illegal camping. Our communities continue to be important community hubs. This quarter saw a strong increase in attendance with 38,990 visitors, an increase of 15.6%. While borrowings decreased slightly, both e-library usage and visits to the library website saw growth, reflecting changing patterns in how our community accesses information. The NRM team remained active throughout the quarter, delivering a range of environmental and land management activities. This included, of course, the Collinsville flying fox count, which is up considerably that time of the year, feral and yellow crazy and baiting across 131 properties, a successful feral pig control program, the aerial shooting, and 746 kilometres of road reserve sprayed. The team also continued work under the Coastal Council Adaptation Task Force with a renewed focus on implementing CHAS. The Collinsville RV Park reported 2,732 visitors, more than double the previous quarter, grey nomad period just passed. And the Bowen Work Camp also contributed 2,054 labour hours towards community and council maintenance tasks, an increase of nearly 62% given the number of extra ladies we have here at the moment. Off-street parking, car parks generated $285,758 from 41,000 transactions, reflecting a strong increase in usage. Our admin girls processed over 3,500 correspondence items and nearly 13,000 Civica and ECM registrations, along with taking more than 2,500 incoming and outgoing phone calls. Customer Service Centre welcomed just over 4,000 visitors this quarter, with digital and remote payment options continuing to grow, now representing 68% of all payments. And after hours calls accounted for 304 tasks to be actioned. The aquatic facilities attendance remains strong. The Airlie Beach Lagoon saw significant growth with over 96,000 users, while the Bowen and Frostpine pools also recorded increases compared to the same period of time last year. Finally, the region welcomed 16 cruise ships during the quarter, carrying 47,000 passengers. More than 36,000 passengers and crew made their way ashore to enjoy local attractions and the atmosphere in and around Airlie Beach, with a great number of attendants at the Airlie Beach Lagoon as well. In closing, councillors, Q1 has been a productive and impactful period for the Community Services and Facilitation Directorate. And I'd like to acknowledge the ongoing commitment and hard work of the staff, contractors and volunteers who continually deliver high quality services and support to the community. Thanks, councillors.
Thank you, Director Julie. Questions on the report? Councillor Clifford.
There's not really a question on the report, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Julie, is it possible to, say I want to buy a present for somebody and give them some tickets to the PEC? Do the tickets have to be for a specific thing, or can I go in and buy 10 movie tickets, for instance? Asking for a friend.
Movies, yes, because they're all
The same, yeah.
Shows,
No,
needing to know numbers, so
shows.
movies you can just go and buy X amount.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Rowan.
Just me, thanks Mr Mayor. Probably happy if Director Julie takes on those, but if you mentioned in your summary just the LGAQ working group on the implementation of the CHADs. Is that relative to our existing CHADs, or is that more broadly? Thank you. And then probably just, you mentioned it in your summing up. I just saw, obviously watched the CRM numbers, completion numbers, but I saw in there that at first point of contact with customer service, resolution was over 83%. So I think that's a great sign that realistically a lot of people have things that they come to council for in the thousands of phone calls and walk-ins we see. But to know that their issues being resolved at that first point from the staff is fantastic. It's less work that flows through and hopefully a quicker resolution for the community that we serve. Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Just to Julie, a couple of questions. When it says the after hours was 304 tasks, that was 304 jobs, I'm assuming? Or not phone calls, just...
No, that's jobs that have come from the phone calls. Not all the phone calls
that's right,
require a task. Yeah.
Also, have you had any feedback on the new ticketing system at the PEC?
Yes and no. So yes, I spoke to Brett yesterday, and the team are very happy with it.
That's good. It's pretty stressful.
Yeah, they were pretty stressed as well. But they're getting through it now, and they're reasonably happy with it. But nothing from the public yet.
Yeah, I had a couple.
Have you?
I had a couple people who had difficulty trying to get tickets. Yeah, because it's a whole new system. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Julie, just in the report regarding the flying boxes, so there are obviously 13 properties, and it also speaks to being on council property as well. Are they back in the park again, Pelican? Yeah.
Yes, councillor. That's time of the year. Basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further commentary around the quarterly report? Okay, the motion that council received the Community Services and Facilitation Quarterly Report for quarter 1, 25-26. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Item 11.10, new lease Hidden Court Storage Shed. Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. I can go to Shuttlewood, I think this is you. Would you want to speak to briefly?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report seeks to recommend a lease to the Great Barrier Reef Festival for the purpose of storing equipment. Council might remember that recently we awarded the other part of the shed recently to the Whitsunday Triathlon Club, so that when we actually visit on site, there's additional space available to actually utilise. So obviously there's an opportunity to add value to another community group. It is a shed which we actually don't provide much maintenance or upkeep to it. It doesn't have any services to, so from a cost to council, there is actually nil. It is actually simply the provision of the building for storage. And so both groups have agreed to work well together. We will be providing separate locks. That might be the only cost. There's actually a separate locksmith, and then it is a peppercorn lease and for the use of storage.
Thank you, Acting Director. Just a question from me. I noticed the is it Down to Earth had some space there. Has there ever been any commercial interest around these sheds? Is that's something that have we explored that?
The site was previously used by a landscaping company who were actually performing landscaping works in the parkland at the time. Council had received considerable complaints regarding commercial activity due to the proximity to all the residences there. So at that time, obviously, that was removed because obviously noise early in the morning residents. So that's why this type of use is probably proposed.
Thank you. Any questions or Councillor Barnes?
Briefly to that too, I do think there was a conflict with someone coming and going, basically operating a depot out of a park, where this is going back into community groups that really don't have to go there too often as well. So I even noticed looking at the layout, seeing the car tracks driving through the park that are now gone thanks to the bollards. Healthy grass is in there. So I think this still gives a community benefit while minimalising traffic within the parkland. So yeah, great that there's extra space there. I know either they're paying thousands of dollars or you know, other people have been offering up their space to them. So I think it's a good outcome for the community.
Any further? The motion of the council authorises the CEO to enter into negotiations and execute a 5-year peppercorn lease with Great Barrier Reef Festival Inc. for part of the shed located Lot 194, also known as 59 Hidden Court, Cannonvale, in accordance with section 236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.11, notification of water meter reading period. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Clifford. Acting Director, do you have anything you want to talk to here, or happy just to take as read?
Take it as read.
Yep, thank you. Any discussion on this particular one? It's just noting it is just setting our water meter reading date. Okay.
Just make sure you read Councillor John's.
Happy to make my gold coins to councillors.
Rightio. The motion of the council to declare the water meter reading date to be 19th of December 2025 for the commencement of reading of the water meters for the billing period. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those in favour, Councillor Finlay?
Yes, please.
Yep. Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.12, the monthly finance report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Acting Director, would you like to speak to the finance report?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll speak in the absence of the Manager of Finance. Look, I suppose, again, the council's report is showing that fairly strong period in actual work as commitments. You'll see approximately $90 million worth of commitments. That shows that a lot of activity is happening in our capital space and actually in operations. So that means there's a lot of work has been programmed. You'll start to see those commitments come to the actuals, particularly in the capital program. That's the other commentary you'll see. Our staffing costs are still below. That's obviously due to our recent awarding execution of the industrial agreement. So as soon as that is actually signed off, then we'll actually see the expense and the employee cost balance out quite well. Our investments are still trending quite well, whilst probably the advice regarding interest rates is not great for all homeowners. From a council perspective with investments, it does provide council return on those. So we still have quite good investments, quite healthy, and with good balance across the area. Leave the report.
Thank you. Councillor Finlay.
Mr. Mayor, we probably just need a bit of clarification. Maybe we need to alter this a little bit. On page 370 of the report, per the Director, it says, what is committed to our suppliers? An annual budget is $69 million, but our actual to date is $94 million. I think there might be a little bit of a adjustment there, Mr. Mayor. Otherwise, we're in a big job.
Which page?
Page 370 of the agenda.
Are you looking at the table or in the
table?
Yes.
In the blue table, it says what is committed to our suppliers.
Yep, I've got 92 million.
That's previous year. Annual budget.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yep.
Annual budget.
669. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And actual today is 94.
Yep, should be the other way around. Is that right?
Correct. by the looks of it. Let me confirm for that. I need to take that and see clarified.
May not be, I think you just need to get clarification as to.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Over our budget.
69 is just the budget for the quarter.
Yeah.
Not the budget for the year. So you might have, sorry,
I would possibly hope, Mr. Mayor, that's not 69 for a quarter. Well, that's what Paul was saying.
I think the title of the top should be year to date.
Yeah, I'll clarify that.
Oh, just a quick one.
Councillor.
For me, I think I've touched on a little bit, just I'll keep watching the on costs. As you said, staff costs are under, we've got overtime separate, but our on costs, staff and on costs are still at 35%, 6% above budget. When our staff costs and everything except overtime, so we don't start with overtime. I'm again just trying to understand why we're sitting at 35% on costs, even when our staff costs are down, salaries are down. Just trying to understand why we're sitting above, not 6% above budget, but well above norm.
Is that Mr. Seer? Total employee costs are under budget, yet on costs are over budget.
So I think we just need to have a look at some of our on costs are preloaded early in the process, in terms of IT and other components. So we might find it's actually been preloaded in relation to it. But I think it's worth having a bit of a look at it. It's one of the options we have for the budget debate to really unpack on costs as they're actually provided throughout the business. So I think for the first quarter, we'll have a look at that and see if there's any issues there.
Councillor Finlay, are you happy with the resolution as noted there, or do you want to? Obviously, it's a.
I'm happy with it, but I think, we need clarification in that, those figures in that.
Yeah, we do. I think we do need to add that in there as a note of some sort, because it is a fairly major. Someone will pick that up. Oh, you just missed 30 million.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm happy to go things that you brought up to be added.
Whether we just add in a note that there seems to be an error on page 370 in the community wealth table and the item clarified or something like that.
Yeah, director, just look out for your next order when you pick that up. It's not connected to that. Well, it is connected, but it's disconnected.
Their suppliers.
we're showing 25% suppliers in the previous table.
Yep.
And there was also a query about the on costs. So, sorry if I don't jump up. So would we calculate at the beginning of the financial year what our obligations were for holiday pay, etc., going forward for the next financial year? Would that be why there's that discrepancy? Just curious.
Through Mr. Mayor. So the way it kind of works is on the 1st of July, we should be taking out our 5 weeks leave and moving it to a different account. We should be also taking out what is a long service leave and moving it to a different account. And therefore, that main account that's there, that's under. So one of the things we've been looking at is if staff actually don't take their 5 weeks for the year, then you would actually run over in terms of your pay. So we're trying to work through that at the moment and also have a look at leave balances to see whether it's appropriate to encourage. We often find over the next few weeks, as part of the Christmas period, a large number of people, our staff do take additional leave, and that kind of rebalances. So we will be looking at it again at the end of the March quarter to see how we've actually gone in relation to that.
Thank you.
Probably just say, checking against last month's financials, the previous year and current year budget exactly the same numbers, so I would say it's possibly just capital increase.
Thank you, Councillor Bunn. Okay, anything further on the monthly financial report? Any questions? Comment? Okay, the motion that council receive the monthly financial report, including the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 31 October 2025, noting that page 370 has an error regarding what is committed to our suppliers, and further clarification be provided regarding staff on costs. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Okay, so we have no late reports in ordinary business, so we'll now look to move into closed session at item 13. Can I have a move, Councillor? Yep, I'll let me just talk through it first, and then I'll seek some any feedback on conflicts of interest. So move, Councillor Clifford. Second, Councillor Wright. The council closed the meeting to the public at 11:11 a.m. in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for closed meetings for the purpose of discussing the following items and the reasons for going into closed session. Item 13.1 is the September quarter business activity performance report. Item 13.2 is the Queens Beach Hub licensing opportunities. Item 13.3 is the Residential Activation Fund project delivery model. Item 13.4 is the outstanding rates and charges, sale of land, report 1. Item 13.5, outstanding rates and charges, sale of land, report 2. Item 13.6, delivery partner guarantee deed 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And there's also a supplementary one at 14.1.1 strategic land purpose.
Can I just ask for a little point of clarification? So, in respect to a confidential matter, and if I want to move that into open for discussion, when is that actually done? After we, as part of the discussion in confidential?
Yes. Yeah, so we haven't decided on that yet. We'll discuss that as part of it, and then we'll vote to bring that in. So.
That works?
Yep.
Have a score of conflict of interest there.
Yep, so I'll just put that to the vote first. I haven't put that to the vote, that we go into closed session. All in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. So do we have, you've got a prescribed?
Conflict prescribed, item 13.4, the first outstanding rates, report number 1.
Okay, so Councillor Finlay notes a prescribed at 13.4 regarding outstanding rates and charges, and we'll leave the room for that discussion.
Mr. Mayor, item 14.1.1, subject supplementary confidential items, strategic land purchase. I'll leave the room for that one.
Okay, so a prescribed at 14.1.1 for Councillor Simpson regarding strategic land purpose, and we'll leave the room for that discussion as well. Okay. Okay, moving to item 13.1, September quarter business activity performance report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Clifford and Bowman. The motion that Council receive the legal status update for the quarter and receive the business performance update for the commercial, utilities and general. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. We have a subsequent resolution there. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. The motion that the CEO release the quarterly financials for the general fund, water, sewage and waste business to be part of the quarterly ordinary report. All those in favour? Did you want to speak to Councillor Finlay? Yes, okay. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick words. The reason, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this open is that the reason why I want to bring this open is just to bring it to attention to why we are having to make decisions regarding our service levels and changes to our operations and services. We've got a $9.5 million deficit there in the general fund. It's about openness and accountability. It's not sustainable at the moment because we're actually using our reserve funds to fund our general fund, and any business operation that's not sustainable, and that's why we're having to make these changes. So, and that's why I've also asked for the separation of the units and the funds, how we have it at the moment, is to disclose where the issues are. And this is what we're about as a council. We're addressing that, we're going to have to come up with some revised strategies and not draining the funds from the water and sewage and from our other commercial areas as well. So, so that's why I've requested this. My only other comment would be, can we just change the terminology of buckets to funds in our future reports? I think the buckets have been drained, and I think it's time to change that wording to funds.
Thank you, Councillor Finlay. Okay, the motion that the CEO release the quarterly financials for the general fund, water, sewage and waste businesses as part of the quarterly report, I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 13.2, Queens Beach Hub licensing opportunities. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay. The motion that Council authorise the CEO to enter into negotiations and execute a licence agreement with South Sea Voyages Collective Limited and Queens Beach Outriggers and Bowen Potters Group, and endorses entering into a 1+1 year licence agreement with the successful proponent subject performance and council requirements. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 13.3, Residential Activation Fund Project Delivery Model. I'll move that one. Councillor Clifford, second.
Very exciting.
The motion to council invites expression of interest prior to inviting tenders with regards to the residential activation fund projects in the manner listed in the report, and also prepares a tender consideration plan in accordance with relevant section of the local government regulation to include the items listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 13.4, Outstanding Rates and Charges, Sale of Land, Report 1. Move Councillor Clifford. Sorry, you had a conflict of interest, Councillor Finlay. Okay, so move Councillor Clifford. Second, do I have a second? Second, Councillor Wright. The motion that Council commence the sale of land proceedings for properties listed in Schedule 1 of the report for overdue rates and charges in accordance with Section 140 of Local Government Regulation 2012. The schedule is in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried 6-0. I'll let Councillor Finlay back in, please. Okay, item 13.5, Outstanding Rates and Charges, Sale of Land, Report number 2. Move Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Clifford. The motion that Council commence the sale of land proceedings for properties listed in the Schedule 1 of overdue rates and charges in accordance with Section 140 of Local Government Regulation 2012 as per the schedule in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Item number 13.6, delivery partner guarantee deed 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Clifford. The motion that Council authorise the CEO to execute the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games delivery partner guarantee deed with the Queensland Department of Sport Racing Olympic and Paralympic Games. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. So moving to our late confidential item, which is 14.1, you need to leave the room. Councillor Simpson, thank you. Okay, can I, so this is the 14.1.1 strategic land purchase. Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. Sorry, is there an issue?
The door should be open.
What do you want to get rid of today?
Okay,
He's not allowed to be in a public area.
Yeah, the motion the council is satisfied that acquiring a parcel of land in fee simple in Cannon is necessary for the performance of council's function relevant to its management of assets and delivering effective services to the community. And two, delegates, council delegates to the CEO all powers to enter into negotiations and finalise on behalf of council to acquire a parcel of land in fee simple in Cannon, and B, take any incidental steps to gain approvals under legislation for the arrangement if required. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried 6-0. Please have Councillor Simpson back in, please. Okay, moving on to our last item, number 15, matters of importance. Any councillors like to have raise any matters of importance? There's always one, isn't there?
Could be.
No? Okay, well if there's nothing there, I will declare this meeting closed at 1:43 p.m.
There he
Yeah,
is.
you missed your opportunity, Councillor Finlay. Save it for next meeting.
They followed me. Yeah.